I don't know what Twitch is doing. We're supposed to be in an ad break right now to get rid of pre-rolls, but I guess we'll see. We'll just wait till the song plays through and we get a message in chat and we'll get things started. All right, welcome in. I think our ad break is up. I don't know. There it is.
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
There it is. Let's get into a playlist today. Welcome in, everybody. Happy Thursday to you. We're almost through the week, and I hope you're having a good one. If you're watching the VOD, feel free to put on whatever tunes you so choose. Kick back and relax and enjoy. I think today we are going to go ahead and mix it up a little bit with my 90s mix. So let's go ahead and get that started. There we go. Maybe. Get some 90s going. And today we're going to be painting. So like I said, welcome in. Happy Thursday. I hope you guys have been having a good week. It's been a productive week, that is for sure. We've gotten the base done, of course. It's set aside for right now, so it's out of the way. We're going to do some more work next week. All right. But yeah, we're going to do some more work on the base next week. I did do a little bit of painting last night just to save us some time today. Specifically, I did the base coat through here. We're going to hit the undercarriage here. We'll hit the undercarriage here with another coat of that. It's going to need it. And then we'll work up into this area for a nice base coverage. And then I think we're going, if you remember, we took our 1 and 2 base per our color region reference here. And we darken this up with a dab of black paint. And that's the wash that we hit everything with here to get down into all the nooks and crannies. All the dark that you see is a mix of this with some black, just to darken it up. So we're going to go with a layer or a coat of just straight up this over top of this, okay? And I'm just going to kind of graze it just to give a little bit of more color depth to it, because after that, we're going to go to our true base and repeat the process. And in some areas, we'll go a little bit heavier for some shading and all of that. But before we get into any of that, we're going to hit the undercarriage there, like I said. And we're also going to do some work on the ears today. And I think we'll start that off with a base of this beige. It's almost like a pink, to be quite honest. It's got I don't know why this is called beige, because to me this looks like a pink. And even when it's dried, it's pink. It's not beige. But whatever. So we'll hit that with a base of this. And then we'll kind of dry brush a few shades and then hit it with a red wash and then do a little bit more dry brushing. The red wash will get wiped away. We're literally doing that for some streaking in the ears. That's going to be a process, but I figured it'd probably be good to get this crap out of the way because these colors are like glitter, in my opinion. They tend to get everywhere somehow, and just overall tend to be a nuisance. So before we get into any darker coloration around that region, we'll do this. So I got water, I got my brushes, fluid medium, our color. That is the right one. Yes, yes. All right. I'm going to go ahead and get some of that prepared here. But yeah, the dark areas will not be nearly as dark once we're done. We're going to lighten that up with our base color. But the idea is to use that dark wash to get down in all those nooks and crannies and give the fur some color depth, like, you know, your base layer, your base coat of fur. It's always darker underneath. So hopefully that'll lend itself to the effect we're going for here. I got a text message too. Let me see what's up here. And she's been sending me nacho pictures. She had loaded nachos for lunch and she's teasing me about it. Just spam bullshit, of course. Careful not to knock the alcohol cup over. And a little bit of water. Just a little bit. Whoa, let's not splash it everywhere. And make sure that's mixed up real well. No clumps of paint hanging out in the center there. Okay, got that. Let's go ahead and get started. Like I said, we'll hit the under areas with a base coat and then go up in here. Feels kind of crazy now that he's got paint on him. I don't know how to describe it, quite honestly. He's a little slippery. Once we lighten that up to the darker areas, um, especially with the dry brushing method, it'll tone down that shine. Obviously, a little bit of that shine is just from the interaction of the light on the paint, because it's a darker color like that, but yeah, won't be seeing quite so much shine on him when he's done. Just gonna graze these little hairs. We'll come in when we're actually into the detail section to add more coats with a fine brush to follow those hairs. Same around the feet, and we'll wait till after we get the top coat fur done. That way we can cover any paint that gets on there from dry brushing, etc. I do want to hit the inside of these legs a little bit too. I got them pretty good last night, but just want to make sure. And just got to be careful, kind of making sure you go over it and spread that paint out nicely so it's not pooling up where we don't want it to and anything like that. Nice thin coat. And this will be a first coat on this region here. The next coat will definitely stick a lot better. First coat doesn't ever really show up here very well, so just make sure we got our coverage, and then we'll do the same on the upper part of the face there. get the paint off the brush and then just kind of work out what's pooling there. You know, it's funny, I was worried about the fur. Like, how am I going to paint this? It's actually not so bad so far. Kind of easy, really, because fur is full of, well, it does its own thing, doesn't it? So the less perfect we have it in some areas, the more natural, really. All right, which way did we have him on here? Was it this way? Okay. Let's get that in some water. And we'll go over this with a base coat here. Again, you won't hardly see it on the first coat for sure. Once we get a layer build up. Also, another important thing we need to remember on the snout here. You got to keep those whisker holes free of paint. As I go over them once again. And then once the base coat's on here to a acceptable degree, this will eventually get a dry brushing with white over top of it. Then we'll hit some of this darker back here just to overlap it because there is some like variation. So we'll just lighten a little bit of that up ahead of time here. You know, nothing drastic, but just a little bit. Hey, Dragon Skull, and welcome in. Welcome in. Hitting the face here with a first base coat, real light. And then we'll probably start on the inner ears after we let this dry a bit. But yeah, I hope you're having a good day. Happy Thursday to you. The second layer will start showing up much.
I have no idea what I'm doing, but I know I'm doing it really, really well.
Red Ticket, what's up? Welcome in. Happy Thursday. And that's true. I don't have the slightest idea. I just kind of keep going until something works. Like I said, you guys can probably not even hardly see any difference here. The first coat, even here, like you could barely see any, basically like a little bit of streaking. But once that dries, the next coat will go on a lot better. It popped up on my chat. Happy Thursday too. I'll be lurking most of the day trying to get some work done. Hey, no worries. Appreciate the lurk for sure. Thank you. More base coat work here today. Well, mostly. At least to start things off. We'll probably get into, like I said, some dry brushing and color layers on top of our dark here. Because it, like I said in the beginning, it's not going to be nearly this dark once we're all done. That's just kind of to act as a base layer, base coat on the fur. And today we are listening to our 90s mix, so enjoy. You know what else we need to do? We need to get some black paint in around those little holes by his eyes there. I need to fill that in. Probably should have done that before this, but all right. Hey, Ping Pong. welcome in. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Jerboa's looking great. Thank you. And yes, doing well. Doing well. Been kind of sleepy this week, so if my voice sounds a little bit rough, that's why. Other than that, though, pretty good. Can't complain. Okay. Obviously we're gonna have more coats on that. What should we do right now? Because I want to do the ears before we start any more around that region. And we're gonna start that with a base of beige, and we're gonna kind of layer on top of that. That's the idea anyway. Yeah, let's mix this up. We'll let that dry a bit first, because I'm going to have to pick them up to do the ears. Well, some of it anyway. Okay, let's not throw the paint everywhere. It says this is beige. It looks pink to me. It looks less pink on camera. I don't think this is really beige.
Hello!
You! Welcome in. Happy Thursday. Yep. I didn't even get any in there. How we doing today, Hugh? Man, I'm stoked to go see Deadpool tomorrow. We're gonna go. We decided we're gonna go tomorrow. Many Shades of Grey. I heard around 50 or so. I don't know. F that movie. I agree. I agree. I won't get into the nuances of why I feel that way, but there's a list. When I was making my spaceship and coloring gray, I realized there are a lot. Yeah, there are definitely a lot of grays. All right, let's get our base coat in the ears. And just remember, this is all a process. I have to remind myself this because I see things and I'm like, eesh. But this is all very much a process, and nothing will be quite as bright as it appears when we're putting the bases on here. So we'll all get toned down and Boy, this doesn't go on for shit. Can you, there you go. There you go. Well, the same with the face. We'll get our first coat on that's barely visible, and then hopefully it'll go on better after that. It's always the light colors on this clay, it seems like. If it wasn't so much texture and detail in this, I would typically put a gesso primer on there. I did not do it with this guy though, because I didn't want it caking up between the fur pieces, you know? So I did not do that with this guy. Yeah, this is so smooth in here. It's going to take a layer of paint before it starts to actually stick. So we'll just kind of brush it in there. Make sure we don't have any bunches up on the, or any of it pooling up and like creating like a little bit of a bunched up area by the fur on the ear. And then other than that, we'll just let that be. And I guess we'll just alternate back and forth between the chin and the face and the ears until we're happy with our coverage. Battleship gray, gunmetal gray, network gray. Yeah. All the gray peppercorn, which is one of my favorites. That's what the base for this mix was. And also the color on my wall. Peppercorn's a nice dark gray. I dig it. Okay. We'll let that dry and we'll come back to that. I think we're trying to put him in the wrong way here. One way he stands a little bit loose. The other way is perfect. Is this, which way is this? This is perfect. Okay. Let me grab a drink real quick and we'll go over the face again. All right. That should be, yeah, we should be good for the second coat on that. Second or third coat is when we'll really start to see it kind of start sticking there. Also, I'm using a smaller, finer brush, so we're putting a little bit less paint on. Down here, I don't mind using a little bit more paint on the brush because there's more places for it to go. But these fine details you don't want to use. You don't want to go overboard. We don't want it pooling in textured areas. I also need to find a real fine small brush real quick. We need to get into those little crevices with some black. Again, probably would have been good to do that before we did this. But it's fine. Before I move on, what do I do with that little wire? It's going to end up in my foot later, isn't it? No, it's in my lap. The other night before last, I was actually shoving these in here with a pair of pliers. Not even pliers, just my little tweezers. And well, Jeb and I, as Chet has so deemed his name, Jeb and I are now bound by blood. We have a blood bond. He made me bleed the other night. I was doing basically this, and it jammed right into the tip of my thumb. It's still kind of sore. It went deep, man. There's blood everywhere. So back to tradition of bleeding for my projects, you know. That's what. What? And then once I'm done getting our base coat in here, what we'll do is we'll probably take this one, get it saturated in paint, and then wipe it down a little bit so it's not loaded, and then just brush it kind of back across there just to lighten up above the brows, because we do have a blend point right in this region where it'll be a little bit lighter than the base. Good song. Even I remember as a kid, even kind of just being in. I like the melody in this song, the guitar melody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Flying Craftery, how we doing? Folks, Flying Craftery linked in the chat there. You'll see a shout out. Assuming, well, when he says something. When he says something, the bot will call him out. But yeah, definitely make sure you're following Line Craftery. How we doing today, man? How's things? There he is, and there's a link for you. Yeah, I mean, it's just a real rough base right now, but thank you. Very much a work in progress right now. Like the darks won't be as dark, and some of the other lighter colors will be more prominent, of course, once we get some coats of paint on here. This color barely shows up on the first couple coats, so we'll let that dry. Still messing with the technicalities with OBS. Oh, fun. What's it doing, man? I will say, as many people that I've seen having issues in the last week or so, I am so glad I opted to skip the update. Okay, yeah, let's let that dry for a moment. OBS, cameras, pens, everything is against me these days. Oh no! Kind of looks evil right now. Yeah, he's in God mode with his wide eyeballs. That's just sticky tack over the eyes. We'll peel that off. And after we give it a minute, we'll go back in and hit those ears with a second coat. As a matter of fact, I see a spot that needs. It's fine. Yeah, it's Raiden from Mortal Kombat in Jerboa form. All right. Yeah, let's let him dry a minute. Both areas need to go. What we're gonna do though, we're gonna work on these areas today. See how far we can get. I would also very much, at the very least, again, just to reiterate, this is the peppercorn. All of this dark that you see is this with a mix of a little bit of black to darken it up even further. That's going to be our base layer. It's essentially going to act as our, in fur terms, not paint terms, it's going to act hopefully as the undercoat of the fur. And then what I want to do is take this paint straight up with no black, and I'd like to get this done today where we just graze the surface, right, of all the dark area. And then we'll repeat that process with our actual base probably a few times and go heavier in some areas for blending. But that'll tone all of that down and give us some color depth, hopefully. That's the idea. Another thing we need to do before we go back over the face is I need to get, a matter of fact, while we're sitting here waiting on paint to dry, tiny, ooh, that's a tiny brush. You can't hardly see it. That's a tiny brush. Yes, I do think that'll work nicely. So we'll use that and get some black in there to cover up the gray, hopefully. Matter of fact, hey, perfect, I can see. So we'll use that. Counting Crows? Dude, I had the opportunity to see these guys live a couple years back, and I wish I had. Have you ever heard or seen the video? It's like 12 minutes long on YouTube. It's a live version of Long December, and it's incredible. Hey, or is it around here? I don't know. It's one of those two. It's phenomenal. It's a blocker. Welcome in. There's another one, folks. Link in the chat. Be sure to drop a follow and show some love. Thanks, man. He's not, everything's a work in progress right now. Dark colors won't be as dark. Lighter colors will be a little bit more something. I'm gonna do a little bit of dry brushing on white over this when we're ready for it. Hey, no worries, man. Also, let's see. Yeah, I diverted the fan over here, so that'll help us today. All right, let's pick him up and get back to the ears, shall we? Matter of fact, before we do that, let's hit the underneath here. Still work. This will be the second coat on the chin. And work that into the chest there. You know, this is the first time I've ever used a flow medium with my acrylics. And I gotta say, it's pretty nice. Nice and smooth. Everything go fine when you baked him? Oh yeah, he's been baked quite a few times like myself, you know? Baking myself now. I will wait till after stream, as I do. I get into focus mode too much as it is. And if I were to try to do a sculpting stream and also partake, I would just be lost, man. I'd totally forget about chat, you know? I can totally do this stuff, but I'm not going to mix this with streaming and that. I'd get too focused on my work. And who says it doesn't make you productive? That's a lie. I'm here, just can't hear anything for a bit. Getting vents cleaned. Oh, fun. Well, hi, Fire Shadow. We've all been there. I got tired of waiting on things and dealing with nonsense, so we gotta turn him around. You know what? No, we don't. I gotta pick him back up. We gotta do the ears. I ended up re-upping my medical card because the whole recreational situation here right now is a mess. Made a trip a couple weeks ago. Got some good stuff, man. What's happened? They're just taking forever, and like, we voted for legalization last November, and you know the party that's all about freedom and patriotism is actively going against the will of the people, as they do. So they're trying to like change things. Ironic. Sit there and scream freedom while actively working against it. Bunch of so and so's, you know. Oh yeah. Medical's been legal for a few years now. And I'll probably honestly just keep the medical card because for one, I don't have to pay taxes on my purchase, or at least not like all the taxes. And then also they're just like, they never had the medical side set up proper to meet demand, and they only finally started getting that sorted. So they're scrambling to like get things set up and ready for opening to recreational. Whoa, let's not do that, my dude. Let's not do that. Part of that's my fault because he's sitting in the wrong holes, but I just figured I'd get another coat real quick here while it's dry, and at least on the more difficult areas here. I'll be dead by the time it gets made legal here, if it ever does. It's all pretty silly, man. It's all pretty silly. But that's how I feel about most things when it comes to bureaucracy these days. All right, that's starting to stick, so we're doing all right.
It's time to
Already?
take a short break. Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
Already? What? Exactly. I'll see that and raise it. All right. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We'll use the break. We'll use the break. Let that dry. I'll do a real one to add immersion. We do have a 3-minute ad break coming up once an hour. That's how we do it around here to minimize those breaks. So bear with us on that, and we'll get right back into painting. It's fine though. We'll use that as an opportunity to let that face dry. When we come back, we're gonna do another coat on the inner ears there, and hopefully we'll start getting some paint sticking on that coat. Now, like I said, especially with these lighter colors, it typically takes like 2 to 3 coats for it to really start to show. And typically, I will use a gesso as a primer. Just go over it real light. But on this sculpt in particular, I obviously didn't want to do that. I didn't want the gesso getting in and filling out in the hair detail. There's just uh, too much texture detail to try to do the prime. So I avoided that this time around. So we'll just have to go over it with a couple more coats. No big deal. But the ad is starting soon. Thank you guys so much for being here. We're going to throw the break screen up. It's a great time to stand up, stretch, grab a drink, snack, whatever you got to do. And then after 3 minutes, we'll be back and get right back into it. So thank you guys for being here. Going to throw a couple links in the chat. The first and foremost is to the main YouTube channel where you can find showcases of all of my past and future projects. And a link to the Discord, which is the best place for all the latest updates on the stream. Any adjustments to the schedule, we have channels in there for you to share your artwork. And let us know if you're going live or have a new video. We love to see it. And yeah, hope to see you there. But yeah, like I said, any moment now, we got a 3-minute ad break popping up. And I'll see you guys back here right after that. Thank you guys so much for being here. Very much appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying. Hey, Dex, welcome in, man. Welcome in. Quick ad break, and then we'll be right back to it. Well, whenever there it goes. There it goes. All right, I'll see you guys in a few.
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
Let's do that. Welcome back. Welcome back. One thing I forgot to do on the other side. It's always the other side, isn't it? Always the other side. Doing good, Dex? Good to hear, man. Good to hear. Puppy keeping you busy still? I'm sure it is, huh? And we'll hit this side one more time. Whoa! Once it dries. He's on the stand wrong. That's part of the problem here. But we're going to be picking him up here momentarily, so. My fingers look like a pen cushion. Well, your fingers aren't supposed to be a chew toy, man. Yeah, after our days with dogs have passed, then she wants a cat. I like cats, but I had one really awesome cat that's just going to be impossible to replace. And I also worry about all my stuff. Forever dog man. I like dogs. I've realized I don't like living with dogs. And also, with my current dog and my dog from the past, I kind of feel like it's probably best for both of us because of my anxiety disorder. Both of my dogs have had, my past dog and present, has serious separation anxiety. I have two shadows, chat. Like to an obnoxious degree. It's adoring for sure, but also it's a nuisance. Just need to lighten this up on the nose a slight bit. You like my cat? He doesn't fuck with anything in mine. He does his own thing. Yeah. My old cat, he was the same. Granted, he could be a jerk. Never declawed him because I have a hard time bringing myself to do such a thing. And he was a big cat, man. He had big feet from the days that he was a kitten on. And in fact, when we got him, by the size of his paws, I knew he was going to be a big cat. But he would hide around the corner in doorways and attack my feet. Made me bleed many times. And then when I was taking classes and working, and on top of that, and was barely ever home, he pissed in my chair because he was mad. Bunch of BS. Never bit me or scratched me once. Oh, he made a game out of it. He loved that game. Make Feral Moon's feet bleed. Old saying in my house, pets normally take after their owners. Explain why mine's so sadistic. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I think it's just probably better for the dog and myself if I avoid dogs in the future. Because when I have to leave the house, it's enough as it is with an anxiety disorder. I don't need to be worrying if my dog's gonna freak out and mess himself up or mess something else up, you know? More stress on my plate is not what I need. When I first got him, I had just a normal wire cage, to put him in when I leave the house. And I came home. I'm never gone for very long, mind you. I came home. He had that brand new cage completely destroyed, and he was just out and about. Thankfully, I was able to return that and get my money back because that's kind of ridiculous. But I had to invest in a pretty expensive kennel for him. Okay, back to the ears now. Um, let's let that sit for just a minute. Let those arms dry. It'll be quick now. Soon I need to invest. Excuse me. Soon I need to invest in a heat gun. Eliminate this. Plus, it would come in handy if we were doing like small bits and pieces. We could cure those like partially with the heat gun when we're sculpting. Still a little bit wet. And well, we'll wait. I got an idea. Kind of like with what we're doing here. I need to do that along the edge lines here as well. Just to desaturate them a little bit for the future blending, And then conversely, when we're doing the darker color, I'll overlap this way slightly, right? Yeah, I think he's going to look really nice when he's done. The base is already coming together. Just set that aside until next week until I can get a couple supplies over the weekend. Thanks, the Blacker. And like I said, some of the shine will come down to part of it is most of it right now is just because it's so dark. It's a nice surface for that light to bounce off of. Once we start toning that down and doing some dry brushing, it'll take that sheen off of there. Thanks, Dex. Thanks, man. And we'll tone down that darkness too. Everything that's real dark right now, it won't be quite as dark once it's all done. Same with this area. We're going to dry brush in white. Heavier in some areas than others, of course. And then once that gets lightened up even further, I might take this linen with a little dab of a yellow orange somewhere in that ballpark and just lightly dry brush, like behind the legs, on the belly a little bit, just to give some staining, you know. Yeah, that's the idea, Dex. If we can get to it today, this is a mix of peppercorn with a dab of black. And now I want to graze it with just the peppercorn and then the base color, right? Just to give it some color depth in there. You won't be able to see a drastic difference between this and this, but there is a difference because this is darker than what this will be. You can kind of tell. Not much of a difference, but a little bit. And that's what we want. Before we do the ears though. I need a little dab of black paint. We need to go on that inner eye. The eyes themselves will be lined in a black, so we don't have to worry too much about like any of that, you know. This song's not about peaches, is it? Apples? I'm not sure what that is, Dex. Asks the blocker. What is it, the blocker? Hmm. Stop shaking. All right. Hey, that brush worked out perfectly for that, man. Very nice. And we'll put that back. Okay, on to the ears. Let's do it. It's a kid's gateway to drugs. Calpol has paracetamol and ibuprofen in it. Get given it for everything. Really? I've never heard of it. Also, what How? I don't know what paracetamol is, but ibuprofen has no psychoactive effects. Hey, Stevie. Good to see you, man. Welcome in. And folks, if you're not following Stevie Seal there's a link in the chat. You should definitely do so. Show some love. Check out his stream. That's what we like to do here after all. It's used for pain. Interesting. It tastes so good. I've never been, I try to avoid medication. I had to lean heavy on ibuprofen for tension pain over the years until I got my medical marijuana subscription. Yeah, subscription. Prescription. And I think actually beginning of this year, I think I might have the beginnings of an ulcer or something there. But so yeah, careful with that shit, you know. But anyway, back when I had my wisdom teeth removed, I was a smoker at the time, and I ended up with like dry socket, and the whole process was delayed. Like it took like a month to remove my wisdom teeth. And they had me on freaking Vicodin the whole time. And I avoid that stuff like the plague now, because I'll tell you what. Number one, it's nice. And thankfully they don't seem to give out prescriptions for that stuff like candy these days. But it's no wonder, man. It's no wonder so many people got hooked on that stuff. We might be in for it with these ears. Might be in for it with these ears. Hopefully the next coat sticks a little bit better. Ah, shoot. Crystals got caught on the fur. See if we can wipe that off. Not a huge deal, but yeah, it's not a big deal. It's Tylenol in the States? Okay, well, I mean, there's like Tylenol with codeine. That gets abused. But it's the codeine that... Jeb's looking so cute. Thank you, Stevie. Everything's very much a work in progress. Like, I'll keep repeating it just to let everybody know. The dark colors won't be so dark when it's all said and done. The light colors will be a bit lighter, you know. All right, I suppose we'll go back to, you know what? Let's give that chin another coat. Sorry guys, I didn't realize we were on such a terrible angle there for... And other than keeping my lines for, you know, the dark to light, we don't really have to be worrying about being super neat for multiple reasons. Number one, it's fur. Fur does its own thing. And we don't want it to be like a perfect separation in certain places. You know what I mean? So basically just getting our bases on here to work with, and then we'll sort all of that out as we're doing our proper coloring and shading and all of that. And to be honest, we'll probably hit this with like 2 more coats. And since we're waiting on that stuff to dry anyways, let's go ahead and get some of that off the brush. And then we're just going to kind of brush back a little bit from the lines, just to lighten that up a tad bit. Hey guys, it's the He-Man song. I know the memes and all that, but I do love this song. It's such a good song. Also, I adjusted my lighting last night. I moved this light a little bit further towards me, like maybe 6 inches, and raised it up a tad. I feel like it works out better that way. I don't get quite as much glare, personally, on my side, which helps with painting, of course. Yesterday was a bit of a struggle. Just the way that the light was playing with the paint. Yeah, see, that color's sticking so much better now. IO Tim? Am I saying that right? I hope so. Welcome in. Yeah, what a fun song. Oh, web dev Tim. Oh, okay. Changed your name or a different account? I shouldn't have changed it? Oh no, why not? Now you can't change it back or what? Gotta wait 6 months. Oh no. What'd you do? Change it as a joke or something and then. You know what? We're gonna bring that tiny little brush out. I don't know what good it'll do here. But I feel like it'll give me a little bit more control on that central area. We'll use this for the top. We're probably honestly getting to be about good right here. I think he thought it sounded web dev Tim that was. Yeah. Web dev Tim is gone forever. Oh no. I can change it in 2 months, but the old name is gone. Oh no. What, did somebody take it? That's another band I'd like to see live someday. I feel like that'd be a pretty chill show. Twitch locked it up. Kind of silly rule. What the hell? It frees up again in 6 months? That's strange. Why the hell would they do that? Just to avoid people changing their names at um, um, quicker pace, I suppose, maybe? I don't know. That's the only thing I could think of. Make him sound like a Teletubby. should have checked before messing. I feel like that must be a newer thing. I wonder if that's a change that they made when they were dealing with all of the, trying to circumvent all of the, like hate raids and shit like that. Only on bots, Zablocker. On Twitch's side, it won't, but on bots, it will. Like your follow date and stuff like that, it sometimes changes unless they've fixed that in the bots. Had that happen to me. It may follow time might be fine, but I know like my bot, you know, you can look up viewed time and like your channel points. It registers the new username as a new user or something like that. Not channel points, bot currency. You have a currency on your bot. IO Tim, do exclamation point shinies. Yeah. Raven, you know, Atticus the Raven likes the shinies, so IES. IES. Yeah, see, it's not even. Let me look you up. I can find out right now, man. User info. Watch time 1 hour 42 minutes. Follow age 1 month. So that's the same, but let me check your currency. You got 150. So it reset your currency as a new user. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's kind of weird that it like merges over the information for watch time and stuff, but it registers as a new user for the currency tracking. Whatever. The ears are about ready for another coat. What? Dog being gross. Yeah, it is odd. Hey, Craft Redux, what's up, man? Welcome in, folks. If you're not following, he's been working to get himself into streaming here. And I don't have him set up in the bot quite yet, so let's go ahead and do this. Linked in the chat. A shout out there for Craft Redux. Be sure to drop a follow, show some love. Like I said, he's just getting himself into the streaming thing, and could use some support over that way, as we all, as we all do. But welcome in, man. Hope you're having a good Thursday. What do we have on time? 20 minutes till the next break. Yeah, we'll hit that with another coat. We'll check under the chin before we do that, though. Hit that with another coat if we can. Then do the ears. Take our break. Give them time to sit. And then we'll keep hitting these damn ears, man. It's going to take some time for coverage. It's starting to come through. We're getting there. But it's by no means, we're not getting the coverage we need yet. So, and part of that is no primer because of the nature of the sculpt. Another part, it's just so smooth in there. And light colors take a few coats on this clay as it is. If only it went on as nice as that, right? That was like nothing. And you know what? When I painted my walls with that peppercorn color, it was the same. It went on so nice. I love that color. I think I get my OBS set up. Finally got my phone cam integrated and working mic. Gonna be test streaming here in a little bit. Nice, man. Did the information that Andy gave you with the droid cam, did that help? I figured he'd be the one to go to. And you know what's funny? I have a small red LED in this room. Right? It doesn't even, put it this way, when my room is dark, it doesn't even give off like a red glow compared to the other lights in the room. But you know what I've noticed on stream? That red light can be picked up. You see it reflecting on surfaces. Light is fun and strange. Oh, dear God. I just about put the wrong color on there, chat. Free version has a watermark. I'll hide it with a window. There you go. I mean, it wouldn't have been a big deal because we know damn well that color doesn't cover for shit. Maybe I should pay attention when I dip my brush, huh? Probably a good idea. I'm sitting here talking about red hues in the lighting like, no, idiot, you're putting red paint on it. Really wanted to use my phone mic as well, but I'm getting a ton of weird popping cutouts there. Huh. Yeah, like I said, that's not even an option for me. I mean, maybe it's different trying to use it for stream, but when I use my phone to shoot the showcase shots, man, I can't go 10, 15 minutes. And keep in mind, I'm only shooting like minute 30 clips at a time, right? And I go 10, 15 minutes of shooting and my phone's popping up saying it's overheating. Like, what is this crap? I'm using my phone for one of its basic functions. I miss old phones, man. I'm so ready to go back to an old school flip phone. You have no idea, chat. And I've always been like into tech and everything else, but did you try to reboot it? Yeah, I mean, my phone, I try to reboot it, you know, regularly. A lot of people need to do that more often. I know every time Minchie's like, my phone's being weird. I'm like, when's the last time you restarted it? I don't know. would probably be easier just to keep these in here. I'm aware, like I did up here. These ones get in the way enough, but these ones are always in the way, so that's why I took those wires out when I did. I typed that with a tech support accent. All right. Let's let it sit in the fan for a second, and we'll do the ears. Yeah, we'll do the ears after break. Or no, we'll do the ears before break, and then after break, maybe we can hit it with another coat. We can get a brushing on the straight up peppercorn across all of the dark areas. Some Blues Travelers, man. Any recommendations on a YouTuber that's not full of shit for OBS tips? Been watching Michael Frere, but he's starting to bug me. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I think he's a good guy, and I think he has good intentions, but I think there's too much content that's just for the sake of content. You know what I mean? When it comes to in-depth stuff, man, I don't remember the dude's name. There's a younger kid. He's kind of obnoxious, but he's got some good stuff. I can't think of his name though. I'd have to look. And he doesn't really do it anymore. What was that guy's name? He streams on Twitch. The Senpai Gaming something. I don't remember his name. But he doesn't even really do anything but product reviews. At this point, he used to give like put out nice videos. Like he's still, if anybody got a Go XLR and was wondering how to set it up or do a dual stream setup, I would still point you to that old video of his because it's real concise and to the point. It's really a shame that he doesn't do content like that anymore. What the hell was his name? Hold on. Harris Heller. That's his name. That came to me while I was in the process of trying to search. But yeah, I Prayer, he tends to like throw a bunch of shit apps at the screen just to get like content to talk about, I feel like. Harris Heller, yeah. He's got some good information. The dude has an education with audio, like in the audio field. So especially when it comes to the audio stuff, craft, he's a good source to refer to as his back catalog of videos. That's my biggest thing. Audio is my least favorite part of all of this, you know? Audio is always it just seems like it's always a headache. Man, I am having no luck with this paint. Look at this. We're going to take like 150 coats to get anywhere with this. What do, chat? What do? Please advise. All right, you know what? It's starting to show up. By next week, we might actually have a solid color there. I am going to take a little brush. I'll just use that brush. You find out how you can play music like this, but it's not on VODs, I got you. Give me a minute, I'll send you a link. It's actually pretty super easy, man, honestly. Okay, that is gonna dry for a minute, and while we wait on that, let me get him. Let me see if I can find this link. I had it bookmarked, but I got rid of it. So let's see, YouTube. Can I find the one that I watched? Well, I can't find the one that I watched, but there's definitely a lot of if you just search stream music on Twitch without like VOD, without it on the VOD or whatever, there's a ton of videos there, man. I'm not seeing the one that I've watched specifically. Hey, Grin, what's up, man? Welcome in. Sorry, I was searching something here to try to send a link to Craft Redix there, but I can't find the one that I watched. Ah, no, that's not it. Never mind. Yep, doing well here, man. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good Thursday. Yeah, Craft, I can't find the one that I found. The good news is, though, just search like Twitch, no music on VOD. There's a ton of resources on here, and right in the good ballpark of like 5-minute videos, because they really don't need to be much longer than that. This dude's got a 15-minute video because he probably runs his mouth for 14 of those minutes. Because I can't imagine why it would need to be that long. It's a pretty straightforward process, especially if you're not using a mixer. I be at work watching and lurking. Very nice. Hope your day's going well. Got to make a move. Catch you later. Coming so well. Hey, Blocker, thanks, man. Thank you. I'm really happy with him. I'm excited to get this thing finished up and peel that sticky tack off his eyes and see him come to life, you know? It's going to be a little bit of a process still, but we are making good time on it for sure. I think with the pads on his paws, I might hit those with a light gray and then go over it with the other colors instead of fighting like I'm doing in this damn ear right now. That's the problem we're having right now, is getting coverage in this ear. It's smooth, and light colors already take several coats to really stick and show, as you've seen on this, in the face. This color is being terrible. I'd be over the Feral Moon with it. Absolutely. Blocker, hey man, you take care. Have a good rest of your day. Thanks for hanging out with us. Always good to see you. And folks, again, if you're not following Zablocker, let me... There's a link in the chat. Be sure to drop a follow. And we've got an ad break coming up soon. Atticus is going to yell at us. I don't think that's quite dry enough to hit with another coat before break. Hey, no worries, man. No worries. Take care, Zablocker. And if I don't see you, man, I hope you have a good weekend. Because, of course, this will be the last stream of the week for me unless I pop up over the weekend sometime. And we streamed 4 days this week. Normally, my schedule has been Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. We streamed Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday this week to kind of test things out. I'm going to continue running that as long as, things to do permit it. And kind of see how that goes. If it's solid, I'll probably keep doing that. With the exception of some weeks, I may have to take a Wednesday off to handle some things, or I would like to occasionally take a Wednesday off to go visit my grandfather. Wednesday or Tuesday, but yeah, as long as things pan out next week accordingly, I would like to stream 4 days again. And
It's time to take a short break. Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
and try to keep running with that as long as our workload is conducive for such a thing. Obviously, I don't want to stream 4 days and have nothing really to do. Okay. So yeah, when we come back, we'll hit that with another coat. And another. And another. And another. I also want to do the brushing of the straight up peppercorn. You're probably not even going to be able to see much of that happen, or any difference really. I suspect I'll see a slight difference on my side, but the whole idea is just to add more color depth, right? So we'll do that as well. But we got an ad starting in 2 minutes, really? I think I can run it now. Why don't we do that? It's a great time to stand up, stretch, grab a snack, any of that good stuff that you may do. And before we do, once again, link in the chat to the main YouTube channel, the Feral Moon Designs page there on YouTube. You can find all my previous projects with condensed time lapses and showcases for each project. This project will have a proper showcase when it's done, and the first project we completed on stream, the Creepy Candle, he's already got a showcase over there, so you can check that out. And link in the chat to the Discord. Best place for all the latest updates on the stream, any adjustments to the schedule, all that good stuff. And you can share your artwork in there. We love to see it. And let us know if you're going live or have a new video coming out. We're here for it. So hope to see you there. Guys, thank you so much for being here. We got a 3-minute ad break coming up, and then we'll be getting right back to it. So like I said, great opportunity to do what you need to do, and I will see you back here in a few. We're going to start that now, and I'll throw up the break screen, and I'll see you right back here in a moment. All right, about 50 seconds left on the ad break there. Had to give the dog her meds as well while I was up, so that's done.
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
All right, you heard Atticus. Time to get back to it. And that we shall. Man, this freaking beige. That's not even beige. Let's hit this with another coat.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello. I know it killed I know it killed the dinosaurs, the buildup of methane like that. It's called Jurassic Park. Jesus. Right back at you, Stevie. There's a limit to how many Mrs. Doubtfires I can redeem. Oh, there's the alarm. We already did that. We can turn that off. Okay. Please just cover. That's all we want. We just want some coverage here. That's all we want. Excuse? Where did black paint come from? Oh. There's no black paint in the paint. Where? What? Hey, nice landing, Stevie. We didn't even use black paint on this brush. What the hell, man? I said, you want coverage, do you? How about covered in black paint instead? We're getting there. We are getting there, chat. Maybe in about 200 more coats. Uh, you see that red hue? Are you guys seeing that too? That's from one red light in my room. And I feel like I need to just start turning it off. I'm curious. It's got to be that. It's got to be. Yeah, we got you in the wrong ones, don't we? There we go. You can barely see it. It's there. It's starting to cover in the ears, but we're not quite there yet. Would you ever airbrush? I don't have any experience with airbrushing, and it scares the shit out of me. it I admire like artwork by Andy, for instance. Like it's incredible work, but I do not understand it. I don't understand how. Like line work with an airbrush, man, melts my brain. I don't. Well, we could wait on. You know what? Let's go over this one more time. And the chin. Next time we pick him up. Let's do that. And then that should be good on this. I swear, had I known that this beige, quote unquote beige, was going to be such a problem, I would have just gone over this color first and then done that color over top of this. But you know what they say about hindsight. It's worthless. No. I would say like airbrushing would make base coats so much easier, but I don't know. Number one, man, I'd have a real problem with where to airbrush. Like I couldn't do any of it on stream because there's no way I'd be airbrushing in this room. The rats are in here. Their cages, so I don't want those fumes, you know what I mean? You know what? We needed to be doing this on his ear as well. I'll probably wait though, because we're going to be going over it with dark anyways. So we'll start on that after all of that. Okay. Are we about ready for another coat on the ears yet? Almost. Almost. Where's that beige? There it is. Okay. This tip on this brush kind of curves to one end. I don't like it. It's starting to stick. I like it. We're finally making some progress. Obviously, we'll clean up edges and stuff later on. Right now, it's just important to get it all the way out there. And that's why we're doing this before we go back to the dark coloring on the fur, of course. We also need to get down in here. Forgot about that. Get under the inner ear there a little bit. And then down into the little crevice. Whatever you call that. I don't know. A bit difficult. We're going to have to cover some paint up, but that's fine. Again, reasons why we're doing this before we go over it with the dark. Where's that little brush? Let's use that. Well, they starting to look pink on the inside of his ears. How about that? And then the inner ear hair, we will do very much like this. Base coat and then white over top. That's going to happen after the inner ear is done, though. We got multiple layers. A couple more coats on the pink here, the beige. And then we'll probably hit it with a wash and wipe on both of these colors. A little bit brighter, a little bit darker. And when I say wipe, we're not going to wipe it off because that's going to pull that paint off without a varnish over it. But we'll just kind of dab it. But we'll want to make sure it's nice and good and dry before we do that. So we'll let that sit for a minute, turn him towards the fan, and we'll hit that with another coat quick. And then before long, we're going to be going over the darker fur with one step down from the peppercorn and black mix to just straight up peppercorn. And then the next step on that will be this. And that'll tone down that dark and hopefully give undercoat kind of look. That's the plan. But at the very least, it'll give us a little bit more color depth in his fur there. And let me see what this message is real quick. Anybody got any plans for the weekend? Any fun things going on? Any fun plans ahead? Who's going to go see Deadpool? I certainly am. We're going to go tomorrow. I got this sick thing called work all weekend, man. Oh, man. Nah. For real? I also need to remember when I pick him up again and we do the ears, I need to hit under the chin one more time. It's okay. It's all remote and it's short shifts. Well, that's good at least. That's good. We're going to go to an early screening of Deadpool tomorrow to beat the crowds, you know, hopefully. I got a doobie for it? Oh, hell, man. That's an idea. If I'm not driving. I'll just take my vape. And nobody would be the wiser. Make sure you got, oh, dude, popcorn at the cinema is a must for me. Like I said in our previous conversations on the stream, even this week, I've always been a fan of going to the theater, you know, and I hope that we don't ever lose that because, you know, there's movies that I'm like, I want to watch that, but that's not a theater movie. That's a watch at home movie. You know, Horizon, that new Kevin Costner movie, for instance, we wanted to see that. I started hearing about the movie itself and I'm like, how about we wait? I'll watch that at home. I want to see it. But if I'm going to watch a 3-hour movie that really doesn't do anything but set up the next movie, I'll just watch it at home. But certain movies I love to go see at the cinema, and ended up signing up for the movie club type thing they have and get a free ticket every month, discounts on concessions, all that good stuff. So when we go, yeah, popcorn and a drink every time. It's a must. It's not the same watching at home. Yeah, I agree. There's certain movies you just need to see in the theater, you know? Some movies are totally fine, and I get it. Like I said, there's plenty of movies that I see a trailer for and I'm like, I want to see that, but that seems like a watch at home movie for me, you know? I wanted to see Twisters do it, man. It's good. It's a good time. It feels like summer blockbusters, you know? And we need to get back to that, really. You know, it's not peak cinema, but it's good. It's a good time, and quite honestly, I don't want every freaking movie to be peak cinema. Sometimes I want to go to the movie and just have a good time, you know? Need to rewatch Twister again? Well, aside from nostalgia, dude, you don't have to worry about it to like follow the movie. You could go in having never seen Twister and you'd be fine. And that's why I think the movie is as good as it is. It doesn't rest on the past movie, for one. And it takes itself seriously. It's not trying to like make jabs like, oh ho ho, we're redoing this movie that you saw 30 years ago. You know what I mean? Like they're not doing any of that. There's no legacy character returns. The only real reference to the first movie, there's Easter eggs, don't get me wrong, but the only real outright reference to the original movie is Dorothy. And that's like a very brief thing, so you should be good. Unless you want to watch it, then by all means. Just saying it doesn't come with homework, you know? You don't have to go in prepared or anything like that. Imagine living in the 80s or 90s during the release of huge films like Goonies, E.T., Indiana Jones, Reservoir Dogs. Oh, I did, though. I was born in 83. I went to a screening for The Last Crusade because it was my stepfather worked for Pepsi, and we got to go, like the company got to go to a screening because there was like some kind of sponsorship with the movie or whatever between Pepsi and the movie. There was another movie we got to, oh yeah, Star Wars episode 1. We got to go to a screening for that. Yay. Held for name calling. I'm sorry, Gren. I got my hands full right now, or I'd fix it. Why you gotta call names, man? But yeah, like Goonies, you know, the stuff like that. That came out while I was young. I still enjoyed it as a kid. Still very much a part of my childhood, but I didn't get to go to the theater or anything. Back to the Future, the original, I think, was that 83, and then Back to the Future. When did Back to the Future 2 come out? I got to see Back to the Future 3 in theaters. I remember that vaguely. I think that might have been a Pepsi screening too. And then I forget what it was. For some reason, my college got to go to a screening, an early screening for a movie. Like we couldn't take our cell phones in or anything. The hell movie? I want to say it was like Role Models or something like that. Which was an okay movie. It was whatever, but it was kind of cool getting to go to a movie theater and watch a movie that wasn't even out yet. And in fact, it was like 2 months before it even came out. You got to enjoy Blockbuster? Oh, yeah. I miss rental places, to be honest. We're going to need a little bit more of this. And I'm going to put it in a different tray. It's starting to get goopy over there, and we don't want that. Don't miss the late fees. Well, yeah, there's that. Try not to have those, of course, but yeah, that's one thing. Like I get the convenience is certainly appealing. Of course it is. But I'm not a big fan of this digital trend, man. I've got a library of digital movies and it hurts. Like I wish I had physical copies of them, you know? To the point where I've kind of made it a point that if I can help it and avoid it, I'm buying physical instead of digital moving forward. You know, it's nice to watch your 4K movies in 4K instead of whatever the hell YouTube lets you watch it in. That's always nice. As a kid who loved playing games, yeah, I got a whooping a few times. I thought I returned it. Yeah, and game late fees were always atrocious too. Dude, and you know, and look, I'm not saying that games should be priced this way or not. This isn't the discussion or the point here. But it's funny because in recent years we've heard all of this conversation with the price of games going up to $70, and it's like, hey guys, Super Nintendo owner here. I remember paying $80 for Super Nintendo games. Did we forget about that? Did we forget about paying $80 for Super Nintendo games? Because I didn't forget about that. Acting like it's a new thing. Parents ended up buying an NHL game because of the late fees exceeded the price of the game. Yeah, I miss being able to go. Obviously it's more convenient. Just sit down and scroll through and then rent something, whatever. But like, man, it was a whole experience, as a kid, getting all psyched, like, oh, we're going to go rent a movie or we're going to go rent a game. Like, that was exciting, And then even into young adult life, like, oh, got a date tonight. We're going to go out to dinner and then go find a movie to watch, watch. But going, like, the trip to the store, it was the experience, And I do miss that. Also, the lack of instant content forced to actually watch the movie. Yeah, except for date nights, but Hey, Stevie, enjoy your lurk, man. I do have to be careful handling this guy because those little hairs get stuck into my glove. And I don't want to rip them off, After this coat chat, we're going to mix up the peppercorn. We also have to hit the under chin here real quick, too. Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's great how much content, how many options and choices we have. It's certainly great, right? But at the same time, I think it's spoiled audiences when it comes to games, when it comes to movies. Because look, man, like everybody want to jump on like the hate on Marvel special effects and shit like that. You know what I mean? All these things that we've heard over the recent years. And it's like, do you guys know where we came from? I had nipple suit Batman as a kid, and I had no choice but to enjoy it because that's what we got. And like, even movies like Twister, back in the day, that movie was a breakthrough when it comes to technology, right? A huge breakthrough. Do you think it holds up now? Well, you go watch it and you tell me. Because we rewatched it recently, and holy shit. Some of it does, don't get me wrong, because when you mix practical with CGI, you're going to get a better outcome regardless. But like some of the shots where it's just a straight up CGI shot, was it good at the time? Absolutely. Does it hold up now? Absolutely not. So to sit there and say like the effects that we have these days are bad, come on, man. number one, you're insulting the people that put a lot of time and effort into that. And number two, let me see what you can do, you know? Are there bad CGI movies? Sure, but we have a tendency of like just dogpiling on everything, and it's annoying. It forces people to actually watch things, and sometimes you'll end up falling in love with it. Yeah. Now people make up their minds in 5 minutes about a movie or show, if they even give it that. They'll listen to what somebody else has said and form an entire opinion based on what someone else has said without any time committed to forming their own opinion. And look, there's value in reviews, you know, but like YouTube reviews, man, there's only a few places I go for that, and there's a good reason for that. Thank you. Like, I watch reviewers that love movies, you know. Some of them I don't agree with a lot of the time, but I still respect them. You know what I mean? Everybody's allowed to have their own opinions. Sometimes those opinions are ill-informed or whatever. And maybe there's an argument to be made about, if you're going to spend the time reviewing something, you should probably spend the time making sure you understand the source material or what have you, but it is what it is. We're going to go in here with a small brush. This is one of those where sculpting me was not very nice to painting me. Still remember watching Jurassic Park in theaters at 5 years old. Dude, my mom wouldn't let me watch Jurassic Park. I was in 4th grade. I was obsessed with dinosaurs. Actually, I was in 3rd grade when it came out. She thought I'd have nightmares. So I'm like, you let me watch Stephen King movies that actually gave me nightmares. What? Like, I watched Pet Sematary and I was afraid to go in our woods. What are you talking about? You're making no sense, Mom. And then I finally watched it in 4th grade, and dude, it just blew my mind. I went from being obsessed with dinosaurs to like, they brought dinosaurs to life. I want to do that. And then I wanted to pursue film and special effects at that time specifically. Ezram, what's up, man? In a world of unlimited media, it's important to find a few reviewers who are both knowledgeable and share your tastes. Yeah, I agree, man. I agree. A lot of the YouTube reviewers are, number one, they're just outrage farmers, right? So fuck those guys. And there's other ones that just like to jump on, like, it's popular to be negative about everything now, right? So same to those guys. And then there's folks that maybe probably are reviewing things that they probably just have no business reviewing because it's clear that they don't like that particular genre or whatever. Or whatever. Like, I like Chris Stuckman. Yeah, dude, he loves movies, you know? I think that he goes a little easy sometimes, but I'd rather see somebody go a little bit easy on a movie than go unnecessarily hard on a movie, you know? I don't want to watch that, so you won't. Yeah. Oh, you mean like my parents in Jurassic Park? No, they watched it without me. Those dudes flip their views on a movie on a dime as long as someone pays them. Yeah, it's. You got to be careful when it comes to stuff like that, because some of these reviewers just don't know what they're talking about, and some of them are literally creating a thesis around a movie specifically to farm outrage. You know, like I remember when and like love it or hate it, whatever. I don't really. It's not the best thing they've done. I won't say that. But when She-Hulk came out, man, oh, MCU, everything's all women. Oh, look how woke the show is. Like, motherfucker, these comics came out before you were born. And the show is a reflection of the comics. What are you on about? You sound stupid. You know? Now you guys get me all worked up here. I miss Siskel and Ebert. Ebert's still, or is it Siskel? Yeah, Siskel's still doing his thing, right? I'm just trying to get a coat in underneath this fur, man. There's a specific spot right there. I can't get it. I think I got it. Siskel died in the 90s. Ebert died in like 10 years. Oh, shit. Wow. I missed that. I remember their show. I think it was on like later in the morning on Saturday mornings or something. But yeah, that's another thing. I'm just really getting tired of everybody injecting their political views into their opinions on media. Like, just shut up. Can we enjoy things for just please? You know? Ebert later years were extremely tragic. He had aggressive form of cancer, lost his whole lower jaw. Jesus Christ. I had no idea. That's awful. Okay. We're going to take a break from ears. They're driving me nuts. I'm a huge nerd for film and TV history, so this sort of thing's my knowledge. So far, it's helped out in trivia bars. The ladies do not find it as cool, though. Yeah. Maybe not the wrong ladies, right? That's what that sounds like to me. Minchie and I have differing taste on some things, but pretty similar taste in film. Mostly. I get into some of the deeper, darker stuff more than she does, but okay, so I'll wipe some of that off my brush, and we're just gonna, again, this is gonna be not even probably a distinguishable detail here, but it should add a bit of color, just a slight bit of color depth, hopefully. On once, especially, we start adding the even lighter color, because this is the color that's on here minus the added black, right? So I just kind of want to brush over. In fact, let's go ahead and use the bigger brush, at least for the larger surface areas. I don't get how some people have partners who barely share their interests. Yeah, like I don't think you have to be the same. You know what I mean? Like, and we are definitely not. We have our principles and beliefs systems align. And you know, we both enjoy video games, and we have that to bond over, and movies. We both like to be outdoors, although she a little bit more than I. Um, Obviously, a little bit of a contributing factor with the anxiety disorder there, but and I don't need to pursue adventure as much as she does. But thankfully, she's content to pursue those adventures without me, I guess. I mean, I'm pursuing peace. I ain't pursuing an adrenaline rush. I got that every day of my life. I'm gonna wet that brush down. I'm gonna get down in there and right there and right in there. Similar taste and stuff, yeah. You gotta have something to bond over. You know what I mean? Something you can share together. It doesn't have to be everything, and maybe it's only one thing, but it just kind of, that's where it's kind of circumstantial. I feel like it depends on the person, depends on the couple. Sometimes one thing is enough. But ultimately, I think at its core, some of the most important things are just where you align when it comes to beliefs and pursuits and principles and all of that, right? Out here making adventures with it. I've seen a lot. I've been to enough places. I've seen. I'm happy. You know, let me put it this way: are there things that I would enjoy seeing still? Sure, under the right circumstances. Um, but at the same time, if my time was over tomorrow, I'm not going to be crushed about it. So I don't really feel much pull to go experience new things, because I've experienced quite a bit in my life. And like I said, when your adrenal system is constantly pumping adrenal fluid because of an anxiety disorder, the last thing you're seeking is an adrenaline rush or adventure. It's quite the opposite. New food? Yeah, yeah. As long as it's not weird shit. I don't like seafood for one. So when it comes to cultures that use a lot of fish and stuff like that, I can do without that. It's not my thing. It's a very faint and subtle change here, but it is definitely a change. I don't know if it comes through on camera. Probably not. It's toning down some of the sheen, which I suspected it would. And we are getting a little bit more depth in there. So I'm going to go over that tip one more time. And we need to go back to the smaller brush. I typing on my phone. So, dude, I hate typing on touchscreen. I really do. I miss having a physical keyboard on my phone. I used to have, well, when smartphones first came to be, I had the original Droid with the slide up screen and had the keyboard. I miss it. I miss it a lot. Anymore, I use text to speech more than anything because I hate freaking typing on that thing.
It's time to take a short break. Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
I never had a BlackBerry. There was a period of time where I sold cell phones. I kind of hated them, to be honest. They took so long to reboot. Oh my God. And you're just standing there with a stranger awkwardly waiting on their phone to restart. Oh, it was hell. 10 minutes later. I would so prefer to just go back to a normal phone at this point. I really, truly would. But it's not really an option these days, is it? Like, you can get a flip phone, but so many things require you to like use your phone, you know? Hell, I can't even go into my local cable office anymore without some stupid check-in system. Like, come on. You are not a cell phone provider. Stop pretending to be. Like I said, it's a very, very, very subtle thing, but I figured why not take it one shade down, get a little brush over it. Still got to do the face though. Bring back the 90s Zach Morris cell phone. You remember those old bag car phones? Like they had like a leather bag. We had one of those. What was I doing? Yes, the face. That's right. And once we're done here, we'll let it sit for a moment. And then we'll hit those ears again. Yay. Okay. Let him sit in the fan for just a moment. We actually have an ad coming up, so perfect. We'll have an opportunity for him to sit and dry there while we go on break. And then we can come back and get another coat on the ears. That's going to be our focus until they're done, I'm afraid to say, for a little bit here. Because we need to finish those before I can do the inner ear hair. And I need to finish the ears before we move on to shading down the dark fur. You have a Sega growing up? If so, did you have the unlimited cable game package? No, I had a Sega, but we were late getting one. I had an NES well before I had a Sega. We had a game, man. What the hell was that called? Fox Night something? I don't know, but that game was hard as hell, but it was awesome. Once we shade down the toes, we got light coloring to go in here as well, around the tips and into the side. Obviously, we got to paint the claws on the hands and feet black. The nose. These are all after base coat
Welcome
and
back.
stuff.
Let's get to it.
Wait, what? We were on an ad break? Why didn't I get a warning? Did I get a warning? Did he say that? I'm so confused. I don't recall him saying that it was time to take a break. Maybe I just got sidetracked. It's highly possible. I'm notorious at that. Well, welcome back from the ad break. You'll be pleased to know you didn't miss anything because I was sitting here waiting for the ads to start while the ads were playing. So I heard him say time to take a break. I must have completely tuned him out. You heard it, Fire Shadow? Yeah. This is why I want, like Andy, for instance, when he gets raided or whatever, he'll stop what he's doing, he'll pull up Instagram, and I'll do that sometimes if we're at a point where I'm comfortable doing it. But this is why I don't do it sometimes, because I know full well I'm gonna lose complete track of what I was doing. I'm terrible about it. Well, let's give these ears hopefully a almost maybe final coat. We're basically there. We really are. There's a little bit that still could use some coverage, and the inner ears need a little work still. But we are about to be to a point where we can at least get a wash in there today, maybe. Which would be probably a good step to end it on, because washes are going to take a bit to dry. And we don't want to apply the second wash until the first one is good and dry. So we'll just work at this and see how far along we can get. I'm really glad that it's finally starting to take. That pink is, or beige has been a real pain. Yeah, we're gonna need another coat. Good thing is it dries quick. And in the meantime, spot on his knee where we got some darker paint yesterday when I was painting his arm. Getting that covered up here has been a bit of a process, but we'll get there. Okay. Hey man, it's starting to come together. you know? It's kind of nice, even though the base coats are sloppy and stuff. It's kind of nice seeing some color on them. They take a fine brush. We'll work the inner ear while we wait on that to dry. That little light, man, that thing is handy as hell. I'm so glad I spent the 20, 30 bucks I spent on this thing. It's been great for showcase shots and all of that. It's been great for sculpting. And I only bought it for filming, so, you know, always a plus when something comes in handy for more than one thing. Boy, that inner ear is a pain in the butt. Yeah, it's just going to take some coats is all, and then we'll just touch up the tips. And while that dries, I'm going to clean these brushes again. But the idea is we get this base coat down, right? And we'll do a wash with some darker colors to kind of get that ear coloration, I guess. I'm digging the look though. I think once he's done, we get that white off his eyes and you can see his eyes again. It's going to be pretty sharp. And like I said, the fur down here, we'll trace that with a fine brush with the lighter shades, you know, but we'll wait until I'm done with the darker colors and then we'll fix all that up because we're going to be doing some dry brushing in this region. So it's inevitably going to get on there. So there's no sense in spending time, you know, going over each of these little pieces right now. The good news is with them already having paint on it, this paint is going to stick a lot better than it did. We'll be putting on coats for coverage as opposed to just getting it to stick. Almost there. We got a couple spots that are still drying, and we'll hit that again. All right. Still a little bit wet there. Ugh, I really wish I could get down in that ear better. I think I'm just gonna have to throw caution to the wind here and just really get in there. You know, we can always touch up any coverage. I like this song, but I never understood the lyrics, man. Is he saying wake up my airplane? The skin is dead? What? Wipe off the water off my hands. Okay. Let's get another coat on here. We keep forgetting, and by we, I mean I need to do another coat on here. Let's do that real quick. Actually, I take that back. It's your fault, chat. Why didn't you remind me? Miss Cubist, welcome in. How we doing? Happy Thursday. And thank you very much. Yeah, he's very much in a sloppy work in progress state right now with base coats and all of that, but just getting some color on him, you know? I love it. The dark color will be toned down. It won't be as dark when it's all said and done. I'm hoping that'll serve as kind of like an undercoat layer once we start getting the other colors on top of it. And folks, if you're not following Miss Cubis, let me get a shout out there. Also, a link to the chat to Mr. Design by Joe there. Another person you should be following. We got, I mean, there's a lot of names. Chances are, if you see a name in chat, you should follow them and you won't be disappointed. There we go. Yeah, shout out in the chat for Miss Cubis TV and also one in the chat for Design by Joe. Check them out. Show some love. Looking amazing so far. Thank you, Joe. Thank you very much. And is it just airy, Miss Cubis? Is that what you prefer? If I recall, I remember seeing that on Discord, and I was going to ask you, but I couldn't. I got so much in my head all the time, you know, keeping track of everything. I'm lucky to keep track of most things, let alone all the things I need to. We lurk the same channels? Joe, and Ari, how have your weeks been? I hope you guys have been having a good week. It's been a pretty good week here. Productive. 4 days of streaming feels pretty good. Probably we'll do more of that as long as the workload supports it, you know. Miss Cubist or Airy, dealer's choice. Need my real name on Discord for school. Ah, okay. Yeah, I just didn't know if you prefer or, you know. Been a nightmare. Almost over, thankfully. Ugh, I'm sorry, man. Yeah, we're almost there. Almost the weekend. Almost. We're going to hit that with one more coat. Just one. Just one. And then we're going to do a nice vintage tea rose wash, I think. Last week kind of sucked, but today's excuse me. Got like half hiccups here. Today's my Monday, so I'm hoping it'll be better. Well, I certainly hope it is. And if this is kicking off your week for you, I hope I wish you a good week. Trust the process. Yep. It is certainly a process. Have you guys seen the base? At least what we have so far? While we're waiting on that paint to dry, let me move them over here close to the fan. The tedium on the hair was totally worth it, though. I agree. I agree. It looks so good, dude. I'm so happy with this guy. And you know what? Whenever the time comes, because I don't know when we're going to get to it, but I cannot wait to make a rocket raccoon. Like, I can't freaking wait. It's going to be so much fun. And a lot less fur. A lot less fur, because he's going to be in a suit, right? So the base, as it stands right now, also a work in progress. The black, you'll get a final coat before it's all said and done here. And I'll probably go in and sand a little bit where there's some glue. But other than that, it's not too bad. The cactus will go here. The Jerboa goes here facing that way. I think over the weekend, tomorrow we're going to go see Deadpool, and we have to stop at the store after. So I think I'm going to grab a pack of pastels so that sometime next week we can sit and shave that down a little bit for some powder, and then I can use a brush and kind of go in and do some weathering. Typically, I've used a dropper with watered down paint, spritz it with iso alcohol, and drop the watered down paint across the surface, and it'll kind of run in and everything. And that's great, but it doesn't give me much control, and I don't really want to risk it. So I'm just going to do some brushing to break up the coloration a little bit, weather it down some, and then put a little bit of this on there, just a little bit. I've also got some gray moss that'll go in underneath the cactus to just kind of layer out. And I might throw a couple of these on there. I've had these for a long time. I picked them up when I was doing the YouTube channel exclusively. And seems like a perfect opportunity to throw a couple of these on there. So yeah, that's the base. Also, I will say, anybody that is interested in doing any ballasts or anything, this is JTT Scenery Products Model Spray Glue. This stuff works great, man. This has been great. First time I've ever used this. So like it's on there. Last I saw, you were just doing the border. Looks great. Thanks, man. Yeah, those bases are always fun. I enjoy that part of the process. We'll need this for our wash. But before we can do that, we do need to hit that ear, those ears rather. Let's get another coat on there and let that dry quick. And then we'll get a wash on there and see if there's anything more I can think of that we can get done today. I think that wash is going to probably put us at a good closing point because that's going to need to dry. And then like all the lighter gray areas we'll go over that with a dry brush to lighten that up, and then do a little bit of a almost like a yellow stain in some places. You know what? I just noticed something. Get a little bit of coverage right in there yet. And then once we're done with the inner ear, I can actually put this same color, the lighter gray, over top of the inner ear hair. And then I'll be using white and do a heavy dry brush on that. And then like the strands, I'll just straight up white highlights on those strands, you know? He's going to be a little bit of a process yet, but he's not nearly. Sorry, I had a paintbrush in my mouth. He's not nearly as bad as what I was thinking it was going to be. And that's always great, right? The hardest part has been just getting this stupid color on the ears. We really had a battle with this today. What would you say, chat? Those of you that have been around, probably at least 6 coats on this so far. Okay. And then we need to get inside the ear again. Yay. So much fun on that part. All right, we're getting there. We are getting there. I think I should probably wash my paint rag over the weekend also. It's getting pretty bad. Not that that's going to wash the paint out of it or anything, but all right, let's mix up that wash while we wait. Not going to use it right yet, but at least it'll be done. We're probably going to do a couple washes on this. There's a bit more contrast on that, so might go a step beyond this after the fact. We'll see. Kind of looks like Pepto-Bismol, huh? Yeah, okay, I do have clean water. Never mind. We'll just do that. Probably tastes like Pepto too. You know, man, I've always liked the taste of Pepto for some reason. I don't I don't know. When I was a kid, I liked it. I still do. Minty chalk? Yeah, yeah. Get this mixed up and we'll come back to this here shortly. If we can get this on and if it dries fast enough, I'll probably just add a dab of red into that, mix it up, and hit it again. And then over that, I'll do a little bit of dry brushing once that's all done. Ah! Got it. It's fine. Everything's fine. Ugh, man, I think I'm going to hit this with another coat yet. There's a couple spots where you can kind of see through. And I really would like our base to keep that covered up. Turn the fan up a notch. Whoa! Maybe that's too much of a notch, eh? Yeah, we'll keep working here a little bit. Get another coat on that. Get at least one of those wash layers on. And then we'll find somebody when we end stream today. We'll find somebody to go raid and say hello to. I'm not sure who will be streaming, but we'll find out when we get there. And again, like, I threw a link in the chat to the Discord in case you're not there. I'm not sure what all. I know I need to mow, and I know tomorrow is out of the question as far as stream goes. If I'll see what's going on this weekend. Obviously, there's work that I could do if I do have the chance to stream over the weekend. But just keep an eye out on Discord. I'll let you guys know. I'm not going to plan on it, but there's always the potential, and I would like to keep working. I don't really want to wait till Monday to get back to work on them, you know? So if an opportunity arises to stream and do a little work over the weekend, I'll try to take that opportunity. Like I did portions of this base coat off stream last night just to save us some dry time on stream. But I do try to save especially any new steps or anything like that for stream, you know. If it's something that is a repetitive process and we've already done a bit of it on stream and I can save us some time for the next stream, I'll do it off stream. But most everything gets done on stream. Unless I'm doing like I said, a continuation of a process we already started. Not about to start anything new without being on the stream. Let go. Little hairs grab onto my gloves sometimes. It's scary. I don't want to rip them off. Hold on, chat. Give me 1 second. See what my dog is barking at. All right, sorry about that. It was UPS. I think that stands for unsatisfactory parcel service or something like that. You should see the state of the box. My God. All right, what were we doing? We were waiting for the paint to dry. Then we're going to hit it with a wash. And then, yeah, I think that'll be probably where we'll see how fast that wash starts drying. But gotta text Minchie real quick while we wait on that to dry. All right. Thankfully, it was nothing breakable in that box because there wasn't much box left. Good job, UPS. You guys are doing a phenomenal job. Really good. Oh, that takes care of that side. All right, we'll let that dry then, and then we'll hit our wash and go from there, all right? I'm gonna need paper towel. Not sticking around, popping in to say hi. It's looking great. Hey, Atomic, what's up, man? Good to see you. And thank you. Yep, we're just working on getting those base coats in so we can start doing the blending and layering and all of that. The darks will be toned down. It won't be as dark. And the lights will be a little bit lighter. But yeah, just starting with these base coats and we'll work our way up from there. And folks, if you're not following Atomic, you should show some love. Drop a follow, check out his stream. But yeah, man, we just had to put a lot of coats on those ears to get that beige to show up. It's not beige. That's not beige. Waiting on that to dry so we can hit the inner ears with one of the multiple washes we'll be doing. And then I'll do some touch-ups where we got beige paint on the fur. All right. Sorry, chat. We're just at one of those points where we don't really have much option but to wait for paint to dry, you know? Eventually I'm going to get a heat gun to kind of alleviate these weights, but at least it's acrylic. It doesn't take too terribly long, especially with the fan right here. I do want to make sure it's good and dry though before we hit the ears with a wash, because I don't want to be dabbing off any of that 10 coats of paint there. Ideally, I would hit that with a quick little varnish, but we don't have time for that. And basically, I'm just kind of looking to get with this wash. I've done it on other ears in the past. Who did I use this on? What? Who did I? No, I use this process for the inside of the mouth on my piranha plant and Little Shop of Horrors mashup. And it worked out super well. I was really happy with how that turned out. So I'm going to continue to use that process. Let's get this paint out of an area where I can accidentally knock it off my desk. Paper towel ready to go to dab off that paint when we go in with a wash. And we're going to use this brush. This thing soaks up a wash pretty well, so. Almost dry. I see a few tacky spots yet. And if anybody has any recommendations for a raid today, I can't guarantee it, but we'll take it into consideration. I'm not sure who's streaming on my list, but always open to potential raid targets and meeting new artists on Twitch. Especially sculptors, so if you know any sculptors, love to meet me some new sculptors on here, you know? I'm gonna give it like a minute more, and then we should be good to go. Yeah, and Monday when I come back, I'll give a full rundown on my thoughts on Deadpool without spoilers. So I won't spoil it, don't worry. I don't like that. You're not going to catch me doing it, so not intentionally anyway. I think we might be okay to press forward here. Let me tap it with my brush just to make sure. Give it a little taparoo. I'm going to let it sit for like a minute more. Still feels slightly like it's not sticking, but it has that a little bit of a tackiness to it. You know, the paint's fine, but it's still slightly tacky. I think he's going to look pretty awesome when this is all said and done, Chad. I'm super excited. There's a few areas that I'm kind of like, I don't know how we're going to handle this, but we'll figure it out. This is going to be a little bit tricky up in this region, but it shouldn't be too terrible. We just need to get things toned down before we can move forward with any of that, so. And I need to get these ears done before we can move on to that. All right. Switch back to the overhead. This is going to be interesting with one hand. All right, little buddy, let's do this thing. Put some Pepto-Bismol in your ears. That's what you do, right? All right, you're number 2. Wait. Up, nope, up. Making messes. It's fine. A slight little bit. We got to try to get in the inner ear area. A little bit in here. It's going to get a little messy. It's fine. I think that adds just a oh, we got a little bit of running. We don't want that. Let's get a brush, a bit of alcohol on it. Just kind of brush that out slightly. We don't want that line right there. And any imperfections, we're going to do a little bit of airbrush. Why do I keep saying airbrushing?
It's time to take a short break. Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
It'll give us time, or when we get to the point where we're doing the finishing details on the ear, we'll be doing a little bit of dry brushing. But we are going to hit that with one more coat. After it dries. And then what I'm thinking with the dry brush, we'll go in with the original color and I'll kind of like in the direction that like hairlines would be, right? On the inner ear. Same on this side, of course. And then go one shade lighter and even more delicately repeat that process. That should finish that up, and then we can go in with this color on the inner ear hair and then top that off with white. And then the inner ear would be done. I don't think we're going to get that far today, but I know we're not going to get that far today because we're going to need some dry time in between. But we do have an ad starting in about 1 minute. That's good because that'll give him plenty of time for those ears to dry. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. The turnout has been great. We've had some good conversations, some nice hanging out. I appreciate that. I really do. It makes the streams a lot more fun. We're all here hanging out. And I'm really proud of this project we've been working on together, chat. A lot of days involved in this. We are day 4 of painting. I think there was 30 31 days of sculpting. Well, let's see, 34. Averaged about 4 hours per stream. We're around 130, 140 hours on this project at this point, probably closer to 150. But anyway, yeah, I'm proud of us. Look at what we've done. It's been a lot of fun. So, ad is rolling. I'm going to put the break screen up. It's a great time to take a break here, grab a drink, grab a snack, any of that good stuff. When we get back, we're going to hit it with another layer of wash and finish this guy up for the day. So stick around, and we'll also be going to say hello to somebody. So, yeah, I'll see you guys in just a few. Got about a minute left on the break, and we'll get back to it. Thank you guys for understanding. We're going to have some fun freehand black lines to be done. I'll tell you that much.
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
All right, welcome back. No time to waste. Let's get right back to it. I was saying during break, we're going to have some real fun and interesting freehand black lining to do around the eyes here and around the edge of the lips. We'll do it. It'll be all right. And in fact, I might forego black since we're toning this down. I might just go with the peppercorn instead of a straight black, and the only thing we'll use straight black on is the claws. And maybe the nose. The nose is going to be a mix of things, though. He's going to have a little bit of a little pink area right there, you know? Right at the tip of his nose. We'll accomplish that with some dry brushing over the base coat there once we get that far. But that's neither here nor there, because we're going to finish this guy up here quick for the day. Let's make sure, well, I don't have any more of that paint prepared, so any more of that we'll just save for the next time. Oh no, Oh, I thought this was a different song. It's fine. We'll let it go. We'll let this one slide. Yeah, just going in a little bit lighter this time. Taking care to make sure we get up along the inner hair fur there. We don't want any dark lines up against that. And then the next step would be to hit it lightly with a darker shade. You know, why don't we let him dry? Because it's drying pretty quick. The alcohol helps that. Oh boy, should we do it or should we not? Should we wait? I don't know. Wrong side. Wrong side. Let me look at my colors real quick. Pull my paint out here and yep. You know what, chat? I think we might save this part. And instead of doing that, before we do another wash, so one wash isn't stripping off the other. How about we finish it off today with a quick, thin little coat of our matte varnish here. Hopefully I can open this thing, man. It's... Well... We'll let that dry. We'll hit it with a thin coat of matte varnish and let that sit. And then first thing, on the next stream, we'll hit that lightly with a darker wash. And then we can get to airbrushing. Right. See, there I go again, airbrushing. Yeah, then we can get to dry brushing. They all got airbrushing stuck in my head. Still a little bit wet in a couple spots, so I'll let him face the fan for a moment. In the meantime, I'm going to clean up some of this mess. Brushes are all going to go get washed in the sink. Hi. Faces coming together, huh? All of that'll get toned down still, but that's after I'm done with the ears, which are still very much a work in progress. And she's here, chat. That's who I'm talking to. I'm not talking to myself, I swear. Not this time. Huh? You did? The mail? That absurd state of that box of yours? I didn't open it. That's how it came. I came back. I said, you guys should see this box from, I think it's Unacceptable Postal Service is what it's called. Parcel service. UPS, Unacceptable Parcel Service. What a joke. Huh? Oh, wonderful. Well, we're going to end the stream. You know what? While we're waiting on this to dry, I got a surprise, chat. Let me go get it. All right. Well, we're not going to be able to do an unboxing proper on stream because it addresses and such. But my package from Mr. Andy Mecca has arrived today. Oh shit. He threw in one of his nice. I got something to possibly paint here. Got a little head here. Cyclops guy. And some stickers. What about you?
That's cute.
And the procrastinators committee. Those are nice stickers, man. Look at that. That's pretty awesome. Under the light. You can see the purples and greens now. These are bigger than I thought they were.
Yeah, same.
That's awesome. Yeah, Fairy Foundling. It's Andy Mecca Christmas in July. How cool. I'm so happy it's here. We were just talking about that on stream. I mentioned I was still waiting for it, but it wasn't me like, where's my stuff? Because I knew, you know, it's shipping overseas, customs, all that. It was going to take a while. And then wouldn't you know, it shows up today. How about that? Very cool. I'll have to post some pictures on his Discord. Yeah, our growing collection of magnets. Although, I don't know. This might have to hang out in here. Well, I thought he put his maker's mark on it somewhere. I thought he did. Maybe not. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm so happy. We'll have to paint this guy. That's cool. I didn't even know he was sending anything extra. I knew he was sending stickers, but yeah, fine. We got a little finishing touch here today on the project, and then find somebody to raid. It's been a really good stream, man. It's been a really good week. Been a really good week. Let's get this stuff so it doesn't get any paint on it. Also, I want to find out who made these stickers and also have them make me some, because these are fantastic. Like, these are really good stickers. Okay, let's get back to the task at hand. Yeah, that's exciting. I'm happy I got those, man. That's what a surprise. I did not expect to get those for another couple weeks at least. I don't want to use this brush. That stuff washes out, but I swear it always makes my brush crispy. So we're going to use this guy, but I'm going to wash him out real quick. Song is really annoying when you have debilitating back pain, like just rub salt in the wound. How limber you are, Alanis. I mean, I love this song, dude. I loved this album. And when it came out back in the day, I was in middle school, I think. We all had crushes on Alanis Morissette. But yeah, so what we're doing here, I'm putting a matte varnish on, chat. And we're going to hit this with another, at least one more layer of wash, okay? And if you've ever used an alcohol mixed wash, it's really nice for a lot of instances. Like, you can just use alcohol on a cotton swab and clean off any mistakes, right? It's reacting to the alcohol content or whatever, however you want to put it. And when you add another wash on top of it, it can pull that previous wash up. So when I'm dabbing it, it could actually alter the previous wash. So to prevent that, we're going to put this matte varnish on here, okay? And then we'll come back on the next stream, hit it with another wash, and then once we're content with that, like I said, the next phase will be a little bit of dry brushing. And then we can move on to base coating this fur with this same color and then going over that with white. And then the inner ears are done and we can move on. All right. I enjoyed the album when it came out. Yeah, it was a good album. Like one of those start to finish albums, you know? Had a few of those through the 90s. Another one was Matchbox 20's debut album. That was a start to finish album too. Okay. Right there's that red light I was talking about. That one little red light over there on the other side of the room. You can see like a little red sheen, and it has to be what that's from. It's just the weird interactions of light. Spoon! And spoons. Yes. This playlist has been a heck of a nostalgia trip for sure. I hope you've enjoyed Fairy Foundling. This is a 90s playlist that I put together after I got fed up with listening to playlists that had Mbop and All Star multiple times. Absolutely have. Good. Your music's always good here. Thanks, Hugh. I try to mix it up, you know. I've got a playlist that has a bit of a more modern twist to it. It kind of goes through multiple decades, to be honest, but we've only listened to that one once. But I try to mix it up, you know, and all the while I try to make it something generally appealing and safe to listen to at work. You know, Hanson were cute. I just can't do it. I've told Chet when Hanson was at their peak, I was in 9th grade, and my girlfriend in 9th grade had a twin sister. They weren't identical, but they were both obsessed with Hanson. And I no, I can't. I just can't do it. Now this song is a jam, and I, until recently when we heard this while I was streaming, had totally forgotten about this song. This song is great. I hate to dump this wash, but we really don't need it. It's mostly just water though, so water and alcohol. Have you ever listened to the lyrics and oh yeah, their lyrics are good. I just can't deal with the song. It's too much. They have another song though. I don't remember the name of it. I don't even remember how it goes, but I remember it was really good. More of like a slower, serious song. You ever see No Doubt did a show a couple months? Oh, I did, and I was like, because I mentioned it to Minchie. I was like, No Doubt did a show. Like they split up. I wonder if they're gonna like get back together. Because the band, if I recall, didn't they get kind of tired of the whole Gwen Stefani solo act, and everything was always about Gwen Stefani? That's kind of what led to the breakup. But yeah, I saw they had performed. Pretty cool. All right, I think we are good to go. Everybody see my Andy Mecha delivery? Should we show that again real quick before we find a raid target? I think it was once off though. Oh man. That's a shame. I'm going to set this aside. This is an untouched paper towel. Where should we put it? I'll just put it right there. Painting, man. How is it that of all the things, painting is what makes my desk the messiest? Still think she should have never have gone solo. I mean, you know, there's plenty of artists out there that do their own solo thing on the side. The difference is maybe it just didn't become this like huge pop culture craze that made it all about them. Because I like some of her solo stuff, but I just prefer her with No Doubt, you know? All right. Yeah, in case you guys missed it, real quick before we go, I got my crow head from Andy Mecca. We'll give him a shout out real quick. Hard to see all the coloring. There's like some green and purple coloration in here as well. Very cool. Let's see. That's better, huh? That's better. You can kind of see it more. Bigger than I expected. That's what she said. Yeah. Pretty cool. And he sent this little guy. So maybe we'll have to paint him up and have a little fun with it, yeah? Pretty cool. Guess Andy has large hands? Yeah, maybe that's it. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just a screen thing. Because when I'm looking at it on the screen, it looks, you know what I mean? But like in person, it just feels bigger. Not sure. It's very awesome though. Now I have to find a place we can either put it on the fridge. Yeah, it wants to slide down that post. It's stuck on there. It just wants to slide down. Because it's round. The post, that is. Oh. Oh. It sticks on my mic mount. Yeah, we'll have to find a home for that. I'll post pictures to let them know that I got it. Well, let's hop over here. And I'm going to get these gloves off. And let's find out who's streaming real quick, shall we? Like I said, normally I don't stream over the weekends, but there's always the possibility, as long as there's work to be done, that I might pop up on the weekend with a stream. And I like I said, I know for certain it won't be tomorrow because we are going to go see Deadpool and have some errands to run after that. And I may very well, I need to mow at some point tomorrow or Saturday. So if I get an opportunity, I will try to stream because I really, if I had my way, I don't want to wait till Monday to do more work on him. You know? So if it's possible, we'll make it happen. Otherwise, it'll be Monday. You know, no big deal. But regardless, there's a link in the chat to the Discord, and that is the best place to find out if there is going to be a stream, as well as any updates to... Hey!
And you went healthy? Oh, and you're healthy?
Stop! Main page of Twitch. What was I even saying? I don't know. Anyway, regardless, we'll be back to work on Monday if I don't get a chance on the weekend. Who's live right now? Do we have any suggestions? Oh, you know what? Brush for Hire is streaming. Dex, you had recommended Brush for Hire, correct? And I said we'd raid him on Thursday if we had the opportunity, and here we are. Watch the Hot Ones episode tonight with you and Free. Dude, I just watched it before stream today. It was great. It was great. I've got a lot of respect for Ryan Reynolds, knowing that he deals with a lot of the same things I do. I wish I had more of a tenacity of handling these things with humor, like he does. Sometimes it's not always possible, but what a cool guy, man. And Hugh Jackman, both of them. I cannot wait to see that movie tomorrow. Cannot wait. I'm hearing really good things too. So have a good weekend. If we don't see you guys as well. You guys, thank you so much. It's been a pretty great week on the stream. We've had some what is happening over here? No. Do that. It's been a really great week. We've had a lot of good conversations. We've gotten a lot done on the project. We've made a lot of progress between the base and the Jerboa. A lot of great conversations. The stream turnouts have been pretty solid. So that's all you guys. Thank you for that. I very much appreciate all the support that the channel has been getting. I appreciate all the encouragement that I've gotten with my artwork. I truly mean that. I'm so happy with this Jerboa, and the fact that it's kind of opened up possibilities for me on projects that I was otherwise too intimidated to even consider. For instance, I'm very much looking forward to that Rocket Raccoon sculpture whenever we get to that. I'm very much looking forward to trying my hand at a werewolf at some point, because, I mean, look at the channel. I want you to do a stream one of those times where we all work on a same mini sculpt. That would be cool, man. And I want to do some stuff like that. Like I said, all those things that I just mentioned are big projects, of course, right? Things like this Jerboa, things that are going to take 100+ hours, right? But I want to mix up some small stuff in between. So something like that would be really great. I want to do one of the things I want to pick up this weekend, if I can find anything that suits it. I want to pick up some small jars that I can utilize for some concept work. We can play around with on stream and make some little face stash jars, like kind of in the style of my creepy candles. And if those turn out to be something that I'm happy with and something that you guys are interested in, that'll be a project that I might work on a few and sell some, you know? Eventually, I'd like to get into something where we can do some molding and casting. But the whole thing, I mean, this whole channel, it all started from a desire just to create and to learn and to share that with others. And that's what it's always been about, and that's what it will continue to be about. Everything's going to be just a journey with learning and creating, and I'm really happy to have so many wonderful people alongside me on that journey. So thank you guys. And again, it's not all about me. I posted in the Discord yesterday and we talked about it on stream, but just to reiterate, a bit of a stolen idea, but it's an idea that I'm stealing because it's a great idea and it's not about me. I mentioned that Doomfruit Arts does his Friday art shows. I think that's a wonderful thing that he does for the community. And like I said yesterday, you guys spend a lot of time watching me work on my art. I love to see what you guys are up to. And while our community isn't like super big or anything, we're only just beginning. I think that once a month, it would be great on the last Thursday stream of the month to set aside the closeout time of the stream to sit down and take a look at what you guys are up to. So if you've got any works in progress that are at a point where it's something to show off, or even finished works, each month before the last Thursday stream of the month, there is a community showcase channel in the Discord. Post your work in there, read the information that's penned in the channel, you know, and be sure to include all the information, because, you know, let us know what the project is, what brought you to it, what kind of mediums you're using. If it's a journey into something new for you, things like that. And of course, if you so desire, be sure to include links where other people can follow along with the progress of your projects, and stay updated and show some support. Because, you know, you guys spend all this time watching my art. I think the least we can do is acknowledge the work that each and every one of you guys are up to each month too, you know? So thank you guys for being a part of all of this. I'm loving my time here, and I truly appreciate all the support. If I get time, I'll definitely be working on a small project. Well, I look forward to seeing it, Dex. Definitely. Thanks for the stream. Excellent progress. Thank you, Joe. And Fairy Foundling, thank you guys for being here. Hugh, thank you, man. Always good to see you. Fire Shadow, if you're still lurking out there, thank you. But yeah, we are going to go say hello to Brush for Hire. I've seen some of this guy's work. It's pretty awesome. I've lurked on some of his streams in the last couple days. Enjoyable time. And I think you guys will enjoy it too. So why don't we go say hello to him? But before we do, let me hop over here. Do we have any? I don't know if we have any, yeah, we don't have any new alerts today. But each and every one of you that have spent time here chatting with me today, thank you so much for that. And everyone that's been lurking, very much appreciate the support in that regard as well. So thank you for that. Real quick, let's go ahead and get the raid call, non-sub raid call, which is in the chat right there. You can go ahead and get that copied and ready for the raid. And if you are subbed to the channel, you can copy that one. Get that ready to go. I'm going to do the same. And let's queue up the raid for Brush for Hire. All right. What just happened? What? Oh dear. I can't see alerts. Dex, dude, thank you so much for the sub, man. I appreciate the support. Thank you so much, man. Enjoy those emotes, the ad-free viewing. If your Twitch and Discord are linked, you'll have access to the subs-only channels on the Discord. I'm losing Windows here. I don't know what's happening. What's going on? Where's my raid count? All right, we're good. Okay. Dex, thank you, dude. I appreciate it. Thought I'd drop it in. Well, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. Guys, thank you so much for everything. Have a fantastic rest of your Thursday. If I don't see you this weekend, I hope you have a great weekend. I will see you guys over at Brush for Hire's channel. Get those raid calls ready. Make some noise when we get over there. If you like what you see, drop a follow. If not, hey, it's always fun to just meet new people. So thank you guys. Have a good one. I will see you when I see you. Have a great weekend. And thank you for everything. Later, guys.